voting as their votes are soon to be counted. Joining me now is Ashley Kertzinger of KFF, one of AP's partners on this election night. Ashley, thank you so much for being here.
Happy to be here.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the most important issues to voters. What are we seeing in the AP VoteCast data that they're saying is most important as they cast their votes?
Yeah, we're doing our first look at the data in AP VoteCast. As you mentioned, it's a survey of over 110,000 voters nationwide, wow. And the economy is looming largest for voters. What we're seeing is about 4 in 10 voters said economy and jobs was the most important issue facing the country.
You know, I spent more than a year on the campaign trail covering this campaign, and every time I would ask voters, tell me your top 5 issues, it was very rare that the economy wasn't 1 or 2. So I guess that's bearing out through the campaign season all the way here to Election Day.
Yeah, it's consistent with what we saw in pre-election polls as well throughout the campaign cycle. So after the economy, we see immigration as the second issue. So about 2 in 10 voters said immigration was the most important issue. And that's followed by abortion, with about 1 in 10 voters saying abortion is the most important issue facing the country.
Definitely some interesting through lines to see, even through the primary season and general election campaign, that those issues seem to have remained top of mind for a lot of those voters.
Absolutely. And when we ask people about the nation's economy, I think it's interesting that 3 times the share of voters say that the economy is poor than say it is excellent. So it's really resonating heavily with voters.
That is interesting. So how are voters feeling? What are their it sounds like there might be a big answer here, but what are they saying about how they're feeling about how the country is going or what they want to come from this election?
Yeah, as you guessed, amid this kind of economic unhappiness, we're seeing 7 in 10 voters saying that the country is headed in the wrong direction, and about 8 in 10 voters said that they are wanting substantial change or complete and total upheaval in the direction of the country.
Wow, it's so interesting when we talked about this being an unprecedented campaign, but when you have one candidate who's part of the current administration and another candidate who had his own administration, when voters are saying that they want something different, it is interesting, particularly given the candidates that they have.
Yes, voters are definitely wanting change this election.
Thank you so much. We will hear a lot more from AP VoteCast and from your insights. So we'll be back with you for more information from VoteCast later, but we'll come back in just a moment to talk about what to watch for tonight as polls begin to close and votes are counted. We'll leave you now with these live images coming into us from Michigan. That's one of those 3 critical blue wall battleground states where both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have campaigned heavily and which has a total of 15 electoral votes up for grabs. Back in a moment.
Nope, not me. I'm on mute. contentious at times, and I thought his final statement here, which you pointed to, Judge, I thought he sounded really well there. I think if the tone had been a little more back in the last several days, and he might have felt differently, or you might have felt differently, or I should say some of the commentary you've been getting during the day. But we've got a long night in front of us. I'm looking forward to seeing all the numbers, and as I said, I hope that most important, that after tonight or after tomorrow night when we get all the numbers in, that we as a country understand that campaigns are about disagreements, but outcomes in these campaigns are about time to move on. Whether my team wins or loses, I'm going to accept it and put on my American jersey tomorrow and get ready to fight for my country.
Save you here in your own studio.
I hope it's just the jersey. I woke up this morning and I got up very quietly and I didn't want to wake Harold. He looks like an I want to focus on Trump's message because it's such a powerful one and it's a very simple one. We do not have to live this way. That is the mantra of recovery. Kamala's message is, if you break up with us, your life will be over. It'll never be the same. That is the language of addiction. People fall into addiction because they wake up every morning and despite the misery, they repeat the same process. Until finally someone says, you don't have to live this way. It's a very simple statement, but we often forget. But when somebody says, if you leave, your life is over, this will be the last election, it's the end of democracy, you can't survive without me, it's a lie. It's the reason why people stay in bad relationships. It's the reason why people stay in abusive relationships. It's why people stay in a terrible, terrible party. And that's why it's like, they're trying to make people too scared to go against their party. This election is about two sides. Peanut versus PT. On one side, you have millions of Americans who are largely apolitical, but circumstances force them to participate. Whether it was COVID lockdowns that destroy their businesses, activists trying to derange your children, or a government storming your house and killing your pet squirrel. So somehow you're compelled to vote. We're all turned into John Wicks, they shot our dog. It's not like we entered politics. Politics entered us. Then you have the other side. Every name on the guest list for P. Diddy does endorse Harris. J-Lo has the gall to ask women to trust her judgment after slumming with a sex fiend for years. Are you serious? Every notable name that comes out for Harris represents a decadent, elitist, amoral faction that exists independent of any hardship that they vote in support of. J-Lo, Oprah, Cardi B, they don't have to worry about crime or immigration or inflation. So it's the opposite of Peanut, right? They feel no impact of government, which is why they can embrace it. So I return to this other comparison I made before. The actors from the Avengers movie endorsed Harris. The actual Avengers endorsed Trump. Harris got the actors all conforming obediently. Trump has the real superheroes. Musk, RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, and they all came to Trump independently, just like superheroes do when they join forces. It's always reluctant, like Superman has to join up with Batman. So it feels like the climax of a superhero movie. The first act, up 2016, the second act, 2020, Jan 6, COVID. The third act, he almost dies. And then what happens? Then what happens exactly?
We're going to find out exactly what happens. Stay right there because there's so much more to come on election day. The results aren't in, but that's not stopping the media from preemptively melting down. We'll be right back.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. Millions of voters are casting their ballots across the country, and some of the first polls will begin to close within this hour in Kentucky and Indiana. As you see in AP's live voting map next to me, it's still blank now. But as the night goes on, states will fill in, lighting up in red for Republican wins and blue for Democratic wins. Each state has a designated number of electoral votes, and a candidate needs a total of 270 to win the presidency. You can see the bar across the top of the map, which will keep track of each candidate's totals. And the outcome is very likely to come down to a handful of battleground states, those pivotal places where candidates have been focusing most of their energy and resources. With me now is AP White House correspondent Sagar Meghani to talk more about what we're watching tonight. Sagar, welcome.
Hi,
So much of this campaign, we've been talking about these battleground states. Remind us exactly which places we're talking about and why they're so important.
Yeah, so you see these 7 states in purple. You go to the East Coast first. You have Georgia, you have North Carolina. Then you go out west, you have Arizona, you have Nevada. But then you look kind of up to the top where you have Pennsylvania, you have Michigan, you have Wisconsin. That is the so-called blue wall. These have been Democratic strongholds in presidential races for years, going back to the 90s. Donald Trump tore down that wall in 2016. He took all 3 of those states and took the White House along with them. Joe Biden came back and rebuilt the wall. He won all 3 in 2020. So this campaign really is all about trying to score those 3 and at least picking off some of those other battleground states. Keep in mind, these are 7 states that account for less than a fifth of the American population,
Wow.
but they are going to play an outsized role in what happens come January 20th.
Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about what's going on with those western battlegrounds. There's Arizona, there's Nevada. What has it been like out there, and what does recent history show us as to why they're so important this year?
Well, first off, they haven't gotten nearly as much attention from the candidates as have Pennsylvania, as have Georgia, and some of those other states. Nevada is the smallest prize of the 7 battlegrounds. There are only 6 electoral votes on the line there, but again, a pivotal 6. Joe Biden was the first Democrat to win in years in Arizona. So can Kamala Harris follow in his footsteps and pull that off, or is Donald Trump going to show some supremacy going further out west?
What about the ones in the South, North Carolina and Georgia? I know both of those states had a lot of rebuilding to do after Hurricane Helene, before voting was supposed to start. How have hurricane politics really played into some of what we've seen in those 2 battlegrounds?
They were going to get visits from these 2 campaigns either way, just because of their importance. But then you can turn it into, we're here to help. In Trump's case, it was the federal government. The Harris-Biden administration is not helping you. I'm here to help. For Harris, it was showing that we can help. There was a lot of question, a lot of uncertainty about, like you said, how the hurricane damage would hurt people voting in western North Carolina,
Right.
which would be a GOP stronghold. But officials there say that they were basically able to work a miracle and that their polling outpaced other parts of the state leading up until today. So that does not seem like it's going to be much of a factor at all. With that said, North Carolina, reliably Republican. Can Kamala Harris pull it off there?
So interesting. We've heard so much about the battleground states, but it's really good to just kind of be reminded of how they came to be and why there's so much focus. So I really appreciate those insights.
Watch that purple.
Yep, we'll be talking a lot more about them tonight. But coming up, a conversation on the role that AP plays in U.S. elections. We'll leave you now with a quick look from AP's Nandini Gupta at why the U.S. uses the Electoral College in presidential contests. Back in about 5 minutes. See you soon.
Thanks, Meg. Have you ever wondered why a candidate can win the popular vote and not the White House? Isn't the whole point of voting so that people get to decide who gets to be president? Well, not exactly, and that's thanks to the Electoral College. The Electoral College was made in 1787 as a compromise between people who wanted the popular vote versus Congress to decide the president. So for now, a group of electors chosen by each state gets to pick the president. It's also up to each state to decide how these electors are chosen. The Electoral College is made up of 538 electors. To win, a candidate must secure at least half or at least 270 electoral votes. It would take a constitutional amendment to abolish the Electoral College, something that's never gained that much traction. For the Associated Press, I'm Nandini Gupta.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. AP has a big role on election night, tallying votes across the country and providing careful and thorough analysis of the latest available vote totals, as well as a variety of other election data. Joining me now is Anna Johnson, AP's Washington Bureau Chief. Anna, welcome.
Thank you. So glad to be here, Meg.
I know this is beyond a busy night for you, but I really appreciate you taking a minute just to explain to us a little bit about AP's role. What exactly are we as the AP doing tonight? What's our job?
So, in U.S. democracy, there is no national body or federal entity that tallies up all the votes for president and says who wins. So way back in 1848, yes, 1848, the AP stepped into this role and tallied up the votes and declared Zachary Taylor the president. We've been doing that ever since. It's obviously changed quite a bit. But the AP's been doing that ever since then. And this year, as you've noted, we're going to call the races, call about 5,000 contested races this year. So it's going, obviously, from the presidency, all the Senate races, the House races, governor races, other statewide races, all the way to state legislative races and some municipal elections as well.
Wow, that is such a huge job that we've been doing for a long time. But these days, how do we do it? How do we get the information that enables AP to declare winners in all those contests?
So it's a massive operation. We often joke that it's the single largest act of journalism anywhere, and it kind of is. We'll have about 4,000 vote count reporters all over the country tonight. They're all in the election county offices, town offices, wherever local election officials are counting the vote and putting out results. We have people there getting those results. They then call those results into our vote entry center. They check it, double check it, triple check it, make sure that those results are correct. We also take in information from pretty much any kind of data feed, website, any other way that our election officials are releasing vote total information. And then we analyze all that. But we check it, and then we analyze it. And once we are certain that there is no path forward for that trailing candidate to overtake the leading candidate, we'll call the race, whether that's a presidential race all the way to those state legislative races. We use the same standard.
Wow, that's also really good to know. But tell me a little bit about what we're doing as the AP to kind of show our work. Clearly, it's a really big job, and you've talked about where we're getting the information. But how do we, I guess, show people what's behind these race calls that we're doing, aside from just telling them, yes, we got this data from a trusted source?
So this is a really important part of our mission this year. We want to be as transparent as possible. We want to show our work on, especially on those key race calls that we're making. I mean, inherently, this is really complicated. Democracy in the United States is complicated, and people have a lot of questions on the entire election process, including how does the AP make those race calls? In addition, we also expect that there'll probably be some misinformation around those race calls as well. So we want to, peel back that curtain and show our work, show all the data, all the facts that we use to make those race calls. We're going to put that out there so people can see how the AP was able to do that.
So there's different stories that we're putting together, some videos maybe that'll be showing that.
We have video. It's going to be on our website, apnews.com. You'll be able to see all of this throughout the evening as we're making those key race calls. It's really important to us to be as transparent as we possibly can be.
I think that's going to be a really good resource for people who know that the AP has this role, but now they can understand a little bit more about what's behind it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much, Anna. Good luck tonight. Really appreciate your
Thank you, Meg.
info. We'll be right back with you with a deeper look at the Trump and Harris campaigns with one of AP's top national politics reporters. But take a live look now at these pictures from Nevada. That's one of those critical battleground states we'll keep talking about tonight. This one has 6 electoral votes. It's also a state that's been carried by the winner of the general presidential election in 27 out of the last 30 contests. See you in about 5 minutes.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. Political reporters like me have been crisscrossing the country for more than 2 years, reporting on presidential candidates and their campaigns across the primaries and caucuses and through this historically lengthy general election campaign. In the boxes below me, you are seeing live pictures coming to us from both of the presidential campaigns. One of these is the Convention Center in West Palm Beach, where Republican nominee and former President Donald Trump will be huddling with his top supporters tonight. We also have a live look from Washington, D.C., where Vice President Kamala Harris and her supporters are gathering to watch returns at her alma mater, Howard University. Joining me now is Michelle Price, a fellow AP National Politics reporter. Michelle, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
It has been a long year for us and people who do jobs like ours out on the campaign trail, but here we are finally at election night. What are these campaigns really looking for tonight? What are they thinking? What do you think is happening right now for them?
I mean, right now they've got 2 years of buildup, waiting to see some of these results come in. They're trying to extrapolate what they can from the turnout numbers. They've been looking at early turnout, and then today at the election day turnout, looking at the partisanship of the people showing up. So we've got Republicans. We can see that the Republicans are Democrats or independent voters, and they can try to guess based on those how those might cut when we see those results. But until we start seeing those after polls close, we're really not going to know. So right now from both campaigns, we're hearing a lot of cautious optimism. They're feeling like the data, both of them are feeling like the data is pointing their way, but we're not going to really know who's right until we start seeing those results.
Right, and we're probably still hearing some spin, as we would imagine to hear from campaigns at this point. Are there specific constituencies that both the campaigns were really hoping would activate or show up for them, especially in this closing moment? Because remember, people have been voting everywhere for weeks, leading up to actual election day. But what are the last-minute groups that they're really hoping to get their message out to and show up?
Right. I mean, for both of them, they obviously want their bases to turn out, the people who turned out in the past, who are kind of their supporters they can count on. They want to make sure they're not sitting this one out for any reason. On the Trump side, they've been working specifically to court younger voters, to court first-time voters, specifically men. So if we start seeing some college-age men in some of those results, that could be a good sign for the Trump campaign. But at the same point, that's a base that Democrats are always looking to court, the younger voters, college campuses. We've been hearing from the Harris campaign tonight that they're seeing high turnout for college-age students, especially in places like Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. They're seeing that as a good sign. And also just some of the new places we're seeing Donald Trump trying to make some outreach. He's been reaching out to Latino voters. So if we're looking at areas where he's been trying to make some inroads there, if we start to see some of those returns come in, that effort will have been successful for them.
Yeah, definitely. We've talked a lot about the battleground states. We'll continue to talk a lot about the battleground states. But are there specific places where either campaign is either feeling really good about or been focusing even more so on? I mean, yes, I know all 7 of these places are the most closely watched, but are there any that have been particularly more important or not for either side?
I mean, we're seeing the focus on the blue wall. That's kind of seen as a place that Kamala Harris has to win, or it's her strongest path as she's trying to get those 270 electoral votes. Pennsylvania has obviously been a key focus for a really long time for both of these campaigns, but North Carolina is an interesting one to watch because that is a place that Donald Trump has won in the past, but he made a bunch of visits there in the past few days, and that's not a thing you do if you're not worried about how you might be doing there. So he's trying to lock that one up.
Yeah, that has been interesting to watch as we see those releases come out in the advisories, like yet again North Carolina visit. So it does start
3 days in a row.
That's right. Wow, that's a big number for this close to the campaign. Right. Thank you so much. I know it's a super busy night, but this is really important info. So thank you for being here with us. The presidency is tonight's biggest prize, but we'll be back soon with a look at what's at stake in congressional races across the country. Let's take another live look at voting video coming into us from Wisconsin. That's one of those battleground states we've been talking about and part of that blue wall, and it has a total of 10 electoral votes. It's also where Republicans held their nominating convention earlier this summer. Back in a few.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. Much of the attention tonight is on who will win the presidency, but there are a lot of down-ballot contests at stake, too. The balance of power in the Senate and the House are also up for grabs, and along with that, the next president's likelihood of implementing his or her policy priorities. Joining me now is AP Congressional Correspondent Farnoosh Amiri. Farnoosh, hello.
Hi.
Let's talk a little bit about chamber control in both the House and the Senate. We won't know the results maybe for a little bit, but how does chamber control relate to how much a president can get done and push through Congress?
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to look further than the past few years. President Joe Biden, in his first 2 years, Democrats had the House, the Senate, and the White House, and he was able to achieve more in those first 2 years than most presidents get to in a full term, let alone that short period of time. But in the last 2 years, as Republicans gained control of the House and Washington has become divided, so much has been blocked from happening. Both Republicans have not been able to get what they want from things they've passed in the House because the Democrats in the Senate have blocked it, and vice versa. So it is so crucial that, the power of a president is their governing majority, and that's really what's at stake tonight.
Yeah, it's really important to remember that, especially in the context of the presidential campaign, because candidates are always saying, yes, if elected, I will do this. But we have to remember a lot of times they can make those promises, but they still have to get the policies through Congress.
Yeah, and I think the most, potent example of that is Kamala Harris and abortion. She said that the first thing that she would do if she were to be elected as president is enshrine, Roe v. Wade into law. But that is something that Democrats have been trying to do years before Roe v. Wade was overturned. And it's going to they would need more than a majority to be able to do such a thing because of the filibuster in the Senate. So it really is a lot is at stake for either president if they don't have control of the House and Senate.
For sure. Let's talk a little bit about the Senate in particular. Where are some of the races that you're watching most closely tonight? What's on your radar?
Yeah, I think Montana and Ohio. I mean, you have two senators there, Senator John Tester and Senator Sherrod Brown, who have been there for several terms, who are known quantities in those states, but are facing really, really difficult elections this cycle. And what you're going to see there is that is the difference. 1 seat, 2 seats is the difference between Republicans having control and Democrats having control. And Republicans feel really good about their chances in both those states.
What about the House? Where's the confidence for the parties, and where are the important races that could really make the difference?
Yeah, I mean, the dozen or so races across the country are oddly placed in New York and California on either sides of the coast that are blue, solidly blue states, but they have some of the most competitive seats in the country. And Republicans are hoping to maintain those controls of those seats they won in 2020 in Biden districts, and Democrats are trying to gain back those and even make more inroads towards the majority.
What about the chamber control specifically? If Democrats win the House, isn't there some sort of history that could be made here? Kind of remind us of what the situation is if, of course, that's what happens. And if Republicans win, what do you expect to see from their leadership in the House chamber?
So if Democrats regain control of the House, which they feel extremely bullish about their opportunity to do so as far as the map, Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, would become the first black speaker of the House of Representatives. So he would be joining Kamala Harris if she gets along that, the ride with him in making history. But if Republicans maintain control of the House, Speaker Mike Johnson, who has had a tough year on the job, will, be able to either maintain his role as Speaker or face a really, really nasty Speaker race next year.
Thank you for giving us an update on what's happening in the Capitol races tonight, and we'll let you get back to monitoring all of this for AP. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll be back to talk about voting changes and election security. But for now, here's a quick look from Nandini Gupta at the two major party mascots and how they came to be. Stay tuned. Back in 5 minutes.
Thanks, Meg. Have you ever wondered why we use a donkey and an elephant to represent our two major political parties? Since the 19th century, political cartoons have often been a creative and often exaggerated way to tell people about different political campaigns. They were used to tell people about what was going on, especially at a time where 20% of American adults were considered illiterate. It was ultimately Thomas Nast who attached donkeys to Democrats and elephants to Republicans. Like the colors red and blue have stuck around today, these political cartoons continue to be used today as well. For the Associated Press, I'm Nandini Gupta.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. There's perhaps more attention than ever this year on security around voting. Across the country, there are many new measures in place related to the election, thanks in part to some issues with voting and counting in the past in states like Arizona. Joining me now is Christina Cassidy, who covers election security and voting issues for the Associated Press. Christina, hello.
Hi, Meg. How are you?
I am good, and I want to hear how you're doing, but I also want to hear how voting is going. What's it like out there today?
Well, when it comes to voting, it's been relatively smooth, and that's the good news. There's been some hiccups and some problems along the way, but they've all been pretty standard and typical and what election officials prepare for. It's everything from, the poll worker who forgot the key in, Arizona to, the election judge who didn't show up on time in Pennsylvania. So it's been things like that. So there's been some delays. We have seen some court orders extending polling locations in a few places because of some issues. But again, this is all standard stuff that we've seen before.
Right. Yeah, I remember in elections past, sometimes that'll happen and a certain jurisdiction will say, yes, let's just go a little bit longer, but that's nothing abnormal.
Correct.
What about changes that we're seeing around voting security compared to 2020? I know there was so much attention kind of around that election and afterward about how secure the process had been in different places. What have we seen implemented for this election that's a little different?
Well, when it comes to security, there's kind of like two separate areas. There's kind of the cybersecurity component of things, and then the physical security that election officials have been focused on. When it comes to cybersecurity, election officials have been, working hard to make sure that they have all of the processes in place to make sure that the process is secure. And so we've been hearing from the U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency today. They have not detected any type of malicious activity that could impact anything to do with the election. And then when it comes to physical security, election officials have been working really hard to make sure that they have things like bulletproof glass and panic buttons for poll workers, in the event that, something were to happen. And so as far as things go today, there hasn't been any major issues. We did see some bomb threats that were reported in Georgia earlier today, but that only disrupted voting, short delays. They were able to get everything, cleared and back running so people were able to vote.
Are agencies kind of putting out periodic information and updates? Because I often think, if I were in that sort of job, I would want to be addressing information as things happen and trying to assure people that the process is secure, or if they need to make any changes. Are you getting regular updates from people?
We are. As I mentioned, CISA, the cybersecurity agency, they've done a number of briefings. More are expected into the evening. I think the last one is at 11:30 tonight. And then, of course, we've been on numerous calls with various voting rights groups that keep track of problems, just to make sure that, if we hear about anything, that we are, marshaling our resources. And the AP is wonderful. We've got reporters in every state, and we're all working together. We're all communicating. We're all, making sure that, we're staying on top of any reports of any problems.
When you hear from some of those officials and also the outside groups that are tracking voting as it happens today, how does it seem like people are feeling? You've mentioned some of the things that have been going on, but do they feel confident in how the process is playing out too?
I think when you speak with election officials, they feel like they have been preparing for this day for 4 years, which is true. That's what they've been doing. And, they have the plans in place to make sure that they can address any problems that come up. And so I think election officials certainly are feeling, cautiously optimistic that things are going smoothly, and I think the voting rights groups as well, they've been reporting out that, they have seen minimal problems and that they're encouraged by that.
Got it. Thank you so much, and we'll let you get back to tracking all of this for AP on this election night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, we will have more information from AP Votecast on sentiments from the American electorate. But for now, we will show you these live pictures coming in from the state of Arizona. That's another battleground where polls will be open for several more hours. Back with you soon.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. We have more information from AP Votecast to talk about, including our first look at what voters are saying is most important to them and also about the candidates themselves. Back with me now is Ashley Kurtzinger of KFF. Ashley, welcome back.
I'm happy to be here.
Wonderful. So let's talk about what voters are saying about the most important factor for making their choice. What does AP Votecast tell us?
Yes, we've been digging into the data, and AP Votecast shows that half of voters said the future of democracy was the single most important factor in their decision to vote. That's followed by about 4 in 10 who said the rising cost of groceries and gas was the most important factor. So once again, the economy is looming large.
Definitely. And again, going back to what we were saying earlier about what voters have said is really top of mind for them. And one of those most important issues at stake in the campaign, we're seeing that now bearing out in the choices that they're making.
Absolutely. Following that is 3 in 10 who said free speech. And then we have about a quarter of voters who said immigration or abortion was the single most important factor in their decision to turn out to vote.
Interesting. Again, mirroring a lot of things that I remember hearing along the campaign trail for these several years. What about trust in their candidates? How important does that seem to be to voters?
Well, what we know is that Trump has an advantage on which candidate they trust to do a better job handling immigration as well as the economy. But interestingly, when it comes to taxes, voters are divided, with similar shares saying that they trust Trump as say that they trust Harris. Harris, on the other hand, has a strong advantage on handling of abortion issues in this country.
Interesting to see those breakdowns on issues that we know voters have been following really closely throughout the campaign. But what about confidence in the accuracy of the outcome tonight? That is something that has been present pretty much in every story that I've been reading about the campaign. We're hearing about it a lot from the candidates. What are the voters saying?
Well, some good news. So about 7 in 10 voters are confident that the votes will be counted accurately across the country. Just 4 in 10 are very confident, but this actually hasn't changed from 2020.
That would certainly, I think, bode well for overall. So we'll see.
We'll see as the night plays out.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate your insights on all of that. We will leave you now with some live voting pictures from North Carolina, where polls will soon be closing. It's also the battleground state with the 8th largest haul of electoral votes tonight. Back in a moment.
folks who have answered this other that's rolling from a number of days through this afternoon. So it really gives you a sense beyond exit polls.
We'll be back with a little bit more. No, and then again, everybody keeps asking, how is it different from the exit polls? This was supposed to be and is a better reflection of how we vote today, right? We keep talking about all this early voting. The exit polls, we talk about voters that they would actually figure out on election day. We don't have so many Americans today. So this should matter for voter sentiment all over the country.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. At this point, we are still a good amount of time away from the first poll closings of the night. Across the country, voters are still in line casting their ballots. And when those polls do start to close, that's when the vote counting will begin. So back with me now is AP White House correspondent Sagar Meghani. Sagar, welcome. You are teaming up tonight with our race calling experts, and you're going to be here explaining these race calls as they come in. But that's not work that you can really dive into until the polls start to close. At the 7 p.m. hour, we have a couple pivotal states that are closing. I think we're going to have Georgia and North Carolina, those two battlegrounds, and then Virginia and Ohio. Where do you think we're going to start to see some information? What are you looking for coming from those states when voting ends?
North Carolina traditionally is pretty quick about counting the vote relative to other states. So maybe in about 3 hours after the polls close, you might start seeing a decent sense of what's going on there. The big bellwether in North Carolina, Mecklenburg County, that is home to Charlotte. That is a Democratic stronghold. Kamala Harris really needs to drive up her advantage there to offset the more rural areas that tend to lean Republican, and in this case, Donald Trump. So that'll be interesting to watch. Same thing in Georgia, Fulton County, the home of Atlanta. How big can the margin be for Democrats there? If Donald Trump can cut into that margin and hold on to areas that are usually good for Republicans, that's when you get Georgia being as tight as it was 4 years ago when Joe Biden won by about 12,000 votes. So among the battlegrounds closing now, that's what we're looking for. The other poll closures, places like Indiana and Kentucky that are almost gimmies for Republicans, Virginia, which has voted Democrat since Barack Obama in 2008. So not a whole lot of debate there about what might happen. But again, like we'll be saying all night, it's what's going to happen around Atlanta and Charlotte and Las Vegas and places like that that are really going to drive tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're kind of a broken record sometimes when we talk about these battlegrounds, but it really is where it does seem to be coming down to in terms of the difference makers for both campaigns.
And that's what both campaigns have been talking about. That's where both campaigns have been. Those 7 states are the ones that we are going to eagerly anticipate. The rest of them, they all count. They all count toward that 270 that you need for the White House. But it's these 93 in these 7 states that will make the difference.
The margins there have been so close in elections past, so it's more of a question as to which way they'll be going for this year. Thank you so much. We'll be talking plenty more soon. We'll be right back to talk about some changes this year in the way that ballots are cast and counted. But for now, here's some live pictures from Pennsylvania. That's part of that blue wall we've been talking about all night. And it's also the biggest Battleground prize with 19 electoral votes. Back in a moment.
She's behind
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. As we just heard from Sagar, at the top of the next hour, voting will be ending in much of the Southeast, including those battlegrounds of North Carolina and Georgia, as well as a few other states. As these polls close, the counting and tabulating begins. And as we've heard from Christina, that's a process that can be contentious, can take some time, and is being closely watched on all sides. There are also some unique things about what happens after votes are cast that are important to keep in mind, and some things that are different this year. And where are some of these changes being considered? You guessed it, some of those key battleground states that are the most hotly contested tonight. Sagar is yet again back with me. Sagar, thank you for just living on this set with me. I appreciate it.
And just yet again talking about battlegrounds.
Well, I mean, there's just a lot to get into there. Let's talk now about voting changes. There are some of these pivotal states. They're the most hotly contested. Things have also changed about how votes are counted and how this process works. Among the battlegrounds, what should we be thinking about?
So you have Georgia, first off, which within the last month, its Board of Elections, which is dominated by a pro-Trump conservative bloc, had basically decided that poll workers must hand count ballots. That was a very late change. Democrats and other voting groups cried foul. Republicans said that they needed that to ensure transparency. Again, we all remember that difference in Georgia 4 years ago, that very narrow win for Joe Biden. A judge, just within the last few weeks, blocked that, at least for now, saying if we were to do this now, if there was way too much uncertainty and chaos into the system. So that's not going to happen now. So that eases the way for more voting in Georgia, which, again, a lot of pro-voting advocates have said, you're just going to delay what is already delayed. Essentially, you're just going to drag out this process even more. So that's Georgia. Then you have Arizona, where they have a fairly new law requiring that, and I want to make sure I get this right because the wording is so interesting.
Sure.
The envelopes that mail-in ballots come in, the law requires that the envelopes themselves, the envelopes, be counted first, and then the ballots be counted.
So it's like 2 rounds of counting. We count the number of envelopes that we have, and then we tally up who got what.
Because it wasn't going to take long enough as was. Now you double up there, and that's what the challengers had said was, you're going to drag out the count in Maricopa County, which is always such a key phrase.
A massively populated state.
Massively. One of the biggest population centers in America, where essentially Arizona will be decided, the home to Phoenix. So in 2 of those battleground states, those are fairly big developments that happened within 6-8 months of an election everyone's been eagerly anticipating for 4 years.
Yeah, those are big changes. What about Pennsylvania? Are there different things happening there too?
Yeah, there have been a couple of court decisions within the last few months regarding, for example, provisional ballots being counted. Let's say your mail-in ballot was damaged. There was a whole debate over whether you would then be allowed to cast a provisional ballot on Election Day itself. And the state Supreme Court just last week rejected an appeal from Republicans that would have said, no, you cannot cast a provisional ballot at that point. Again, voting advocates cried foul, saying you just disenfranchise people for no reason. Right? They did not do anything of their own accord. So that was a loss for Trump Republicans, but they did at the same time claim victory again in the state Supreme Court in a decision over mail-in balloting. So there's been kind of a give and take in a lot of these key states, and it's going to complicate to a degree the counting, but these were never going to be easy counts to start with.
Sure, but why not just change some stuff almost at the last minute to make it even more complicated?
Just to make it even more interesting than it had already been.
Keeps our jobs interesting for sure. Thank you, Sagar. We'll be back with you soon. And we will be coming back to you with information on the first round of poll closings across the U.S. And later this evening, AP's first batch of race calls in election 2024. But for now, we'll leave you with these live pictures coming into us from New York City, where you can see the Empire State Building and other parts of the skyline lit up in red, white, and blue for this election night. Back with you soon.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. We're coming to you now with the first round of poll closings and the AP's first race calls of the night. The Associated Press has declared Donald Trump the winner of 2 states, Indiana and Kentucky. AP has also declared Kamala Harris the winner of the state of Vermont. Let's take a look at our live voting map you can see next to me. Now, Indiana and Kentucky show up in bright red for Donald Trump, and Vermont in bright blue for Kamala Harris. You will see tonight states popping up also in a lighter shade of blue or red. That will indicate that a candidate is leading in the raw vote count at that particular moment. That color could change as more votes are counted. When AP calls the race, you will see that color darken, blue for Democrats and red for Republicans. Voting is now ended in a total of 6 states, the 3 that we just talked about, Indiana, Kentucky, and Vermont, plus South Carolina, Virginia, and Georgia. In those 3 later states, it is still too early to call the race. Joining me to talk about all of this is yet again Sagar Meghani. Sagar, hello.
We get to talk about non-battleground states.
We do. Indiana and Kentucky. AP has declared that Donald Trump has won these states. Is this a surprise?
Not a surprise at all. Let's first say why the AP was able to call these right as the polls closed. AP vote cast. When a candidate has a lead of at least 15 percentage points, the AP is then prepared to call that race. And especially in these states, when you look at their history, the GOP coming into today had won 13 of the last 14 presidential races in Indiana. Barack Obama was the one outlier. Kentucky, 6 in a row. So this was not a surprise that Donald Trump has now gotten the 19 electoral votes, the first 19 electoral votes on the map. By the same token, Vermont for Kamala Harris, only 3, but finally we do get this map starting to shade in just a little bit.
And that bar across the top of the screen that our viewers can see allocating those electoral votes, another good way to keep track of kind of where we are on this election night.
The path to 270 to win, 19-3, so the night is still very, very young.
A little ways to go. All right, thank you so much. There'll be more poll closings coming up at 7:30 in West Virginia, Ohio, and North Carolina, one of our battleground states tonight. We'll leave you now with live pictures from Arizona, one of the western battlegrounds where voting is still underway, but will be closing here in the next hour or 2. Back soon.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
We're coming to you now with another round of poll closings and more AP race calls. The Associated Press has declared Donald Trump the winner in the state of West Virginia. AP has also declared Republican Jim Justice the winner of the Senate race in that same state. Let's take a look at our live voting map, which you see next to me. You can see now that West Virginia is lit up in red for Trump. Voting has also ended in 3 additional states, Ohio and North Carolina. It is too early to call the race in those states, but we will be back to you with more information. Join me to talk about these AP race calls and much more is Sagar Meghani. Hello. So let's talk about West Virginia. Is this a surprise for Donald Trump? You're shaking your head. I can already tell what you're going to say. This was expected.
This was expected. He ran up huge wins in 2016 and 2020. So a win in West Virginia shortly after poll closing, not even the slightest bit of a surprise that we've now added that to Donald Trump and given him another 4 electoral votes.
As our viewers can see on the top of their screen, that metric that's showing them the electoral votes for each candidate. So now Donald Trump is adding more to his side. What about the Senate race? So I have been following this race a little bit, and I can already tell you that people are probably starting to wonder if they're going to see baby dog Justice coming to the Senate here in Washington. Was this a surprise in the West Virginia Senate race?
It also was not a surprise, and it's an important thing to keep in mind tonight with, of course, naturally, almost all the attention on the presidential race. Control of Congress is in the balance tonight. Both the Senate, which the Democrats now hold coming into tonight, 51-49, and Republicans with a very slim House majority. That Senate, as of this moment, is now evenly split because Jim Justice is a Republican. He took Joe Manchin's place, Democrat/independent, who opted not to run again. So right now, with several more competitive Senate races, it is 50-50. And depending on who wins the presidency, control of Congress becomes a very, very big deal.
Speaking of one of those Senate races, polls are closed now in Ohio, where there is a very active Senate race. What are we looking toward happening there? Do you think that we'll see results there anytime soon?
It could be soon. It will not be soon enough for Sherrod Brown. He is the incumbent 2-term Democratic senator who was in a very tough fight against Bernie Moreno, who's a Cleveland businessman. Donald Trump backs him. This has been a very tough race, and Sherrod Brown is seen as one of those Democrats who stands a very good chance of losing his seat. And again, as we said, at this moment, a 50-50 Senate, that becomes 51-49 Republicans if Sherrod Brown cannot hang on to win a 3rd straight term.
The last of those states where voting is closing at this hour is North Carolina. That's one of the battlegrounds. We've been talking about it. We can see it with its other battleground friends here on this map. Again, remind us, when do you think we'll start to see some information coming in from North Carolina?
North Carolina tends to be among the earlier states, the quicker states to count its votes. Now, how quickly that will go based on some of that damage in western North Carolina from the hurricanes, which by all accounts has done a great job actually conducting the voting. Now the question is how quickly they can count those votes. So whereas you would usually get fairly quick results in North Carolina, might take a little bit longer than it usually does this time.
Got it. We will keep an eye out for more info, and we'll be back with you soon. Thank you all for being with us. At the top of the next hour, we will have more poll closings. Actually, the night's biggest round, 16 states plus the District of Columbia. That's a total of 171 electoral votes, including 19 from that battleground state of Pennsylvania. We'll leave you right now with live pictures as they come into us from New Hampshire, up in New England. Back with you soon with more AP race calls and poll closing information.
obviously 270 is the magic number.
Well, there you go. A lot of filling in of this board and these states, but some places are getting very interesting as we get closer to our next round of poll closings, which are coming up in just a little while. And that will include Florida, where the Trump campaign is watching the results tonight. Let's go to Steve Harrigan. He is at Senator Rick Scott's campaign headquarters in Bonita Springs, Florida, which has picked up.
Some other things that you want?
Some suburban bellwethers coming in. Hamilton, Indiana, 70% of the voters put back to President Trump. Loudoun County, Virginia, really the trending to the left. It's been a swing to the right by 8 points compared to 2020. So you look at something like that and you understand what Carl Rove today said it could be tight in Virginia. Fayette, Georgia, Trump +2, that's a place that I had said earlier on, Harris will have to do well there to compete in Georgia. Also, as Pennsylvania closes its polls, Brett, I think it's worth noting, Martha, that this is like political malpractice that she didn't pick Josh Shapiro between the fracking, the school choice, Jewish Americans. But I think that will drop her back to that.
We will look a lot at Pennsylvania. Election night in America just getting started.
We are seconds away from 17 states across Washington, D.C., including New Hampshire, Illinois, Tennessee,
270. It obviously changes with all of these numbers.
Let's get back to it. Think it's a game. Rest in peace, Rich Homie Quan.
Something interesting in Georgia, where she's not performing as well as black voters as Joe Biden. And Donald Trump has flipped the script within this. He's a record with independents.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. We're coming to you now with another round of poll closings and more AP race calls. The Associated Press has declared Donald Trump the winner in the following states: Alabama, Florida, Mississippi, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and Tennessee. AP has also declared Kamala Harris the winner in these states: Massachusetts, Connecticut, Maryland, and Rhode Island. Let's take a look again at that live voting map you see next to me. These states called for Donald Trump are showing up in red, and states called for Kamala Harris are appearing in blue. At this hour, voting has also ended in 16 states plus the District of Columbia. This swath of closings stretches from Maine and New Hampshire down to Alabama, Tennessee, and Mississippi in the South. Joining me now to talk about all of this is yet again Sagar Meghani. Hello.
Hello.
So with these race calls that we have at this hour, what do you see in them? I know that Florida is a massive tranche of electoral votes. The AP has called it for Donald Trump. Is this a surprise? How are we feeling about how much expected?
Yeah, this is not the days of the hanging chads. This is not the very, very narrow Supreme Court decided George W. Bush beating Al Gore. This is a state that has not gone Democratic in a presidential election since it went for Barack Obama in 2012, and that was a very narrow victory. Donald Trump won Florida in the last two races, both in 2016 and in 2020. So while people still do think of Florida because of those 30 votes, because of what it was in 2000, this was largely expected, and it drives up that vote total. As you can see, Donald Trump now approaching triple digits. He has 60 more electoral votes than Kamala Harris, but these are in states that were expected. Alabama, Oklahoma, where Republicans have just won massive victories in the last 5 elections, 65+% of the vote. So it's kind of going according to what we thought it would have so far, keeping in mind that the 7 battlegrounds still to be decided with those 93 electoral votes between them.
Right, a big chunk to come in those places, and probably a while before we really have the numbers to add to that map there.
Exactly.
Thank you so much, and thank you all. We will be back in San Francisco, where voting on the West Coast is still ongoing at this hour, and polls will be closing soon. Back with you in a moment.
second term. We'll pause for applause down there with Aisha. In Maryland, it's too early to call the race between Democratic County Executive Angela Ossowietz and former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Ossowietz has a lead, however, in our Fox News voter analysis as we wait for the vote to open.
And to our home Missouri Senate race between Republican Senator Josh Hawley and Democratic Attorney Lucas Hughes. Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn, though, can tell you we're red once again in the state of Tennessee, where they will likely
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
We're coming to you now with more AP race calls. The Associated Press has declared Donald Trump the winner in the state of Arkansas. AP has also declared Kamala Harris the winner in Delaware and New Jersey. As you can see on the live voting map that's next to me, it's continuing to fill in with states for Trump in red and states for Harris in blue. And that ticker at the top of the screen is indicating how many electoral votes are being allocated to each candidate. At this hour, we also have more information coming to us from AP Votecast. That's that expansive survey I talked about earlier of the American electorate. With me again is Ashley Kurtzinger from KFF. Hello.
Hi, we have new data for you.
Tell us about the new data. What do we got?
We've been talking a lot about the factors that are motivating voters, and now we're looking at Harris voters versus Trump voters on their most important factor that's motivating them. What we see is 2/3 of Harris voters say that the future of democracy is the single most important factor in their vote, outflanking both abortion and inflation. Among Trump voters, about similar shares say immigration and inflation is their most important voting factor.
That's so interesting to see that reflected in the data, things that we hear anecdotally from voters along the trail, but now as they're actually going to the polls, these are things that seem to have resonated with them on this election day.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things, that's not different across the two groups of voters is why voters are turning out. And what we're seeing is a majority of Harris voters and Trump voters saying they're voting in support of their candidate rather than in opposition to the other candidate. So about 2 in 3 Harris voters say they're voting in support for Vice President Harris, while about 8 in 10 Trump voters say they're voting in support of former President Trump.
So not necessarily something that we would maybe see as a protest vote, but a supportive vote of actually believing in that candidate and not just disliking them less than they like the other person.
Yeah, and it seems like it's even mattering more in some battleground states. In Georgia, for example, where the polls are closed, we're seeing about 3 in 4 Harris voters saying that they're showing up in support for that candidate, which is similar to the share of Trump supporters in that state that say the same.
Ashley, thank you so much. It's really interesting to see the information kind of behind the data. As you can see now in those boxes below me, we've had pictures up all night from the Trump and Harris campaign rallies, but it looks like those events are starting to fill in with more and more people as we get further into this election night. We can also confirm for you where the candidates are at this hour. Vice President Kamala Harris is at her residence at the Naval Observatory here in Washington, and former President Donald Trump is at his Florida residence in Mar-a-Lago. We will be back with more AP race calls and updates as we get them and bring them to you. At the top of the next hour, we also have another big round of poll closings in 15 states. That includes several battlegrounds, including Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona. And we will leave you now with pictures from Arizona, one of those western battleground states. Back soon.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
We're coming to you now with more AP race calls on this election night. The Associated Press has declared Donald Trump the winner in the following states: North Dakota, South Dakota, Louisiana, Wyoming, and as the winner of the statewide vote in Nebraska. AP has also declared Kamala Harris winner in 2 states, Illinois and New York. In addition to the presidential race, AP has also declared Democrat Josh Stein winner of the governor's race in the state of North Carolina. So again, you can see on our live voting map next to me those states that are popping up for Trump in red and for Harris in blue. In addition to those race calls, a note that polls have also closed at this hour in a total of 15 states that carry with them a total of 157 electoral votes. Among those states where voting has now ended, Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Again, some of those battleground states we've been talking about a heck of a lot this evening. But polls are also closing in 2 other states that aren't battlegrounds but have a large haul of electoral votes, New York and Texas. Back with me is Sagar Magani to break down these race calls and talk about the places where voting is now over. Sagar, hello.
Hello again.
So the race calls in the presidential race, let's talk about that first. Are there any surprises in what we're seeing here? Illinois and New York for Kamala Harris, some states in the Midwest for Donald Trump.
And no surprises. I mean, I think the map so far is filling out in the colors that you would have expected. You know, the only notable things, Florida for Donald Trump, perhaps a little bit earlier than expected, and he did better than he had after winning it. In both 2016 and 2020, he outperformed himself both times, even winning Miami-Dade County, which is a Democratic stronghold where Kamala Harris did not do nearly as well as expected. He made a play for New York. A win there was unlikely for a Republican, but that is Trump's home state. He identifies so closely with it. He really wanted to win it, but that and its electoral votes have gone for Kamala Harris.
Right, and we saw at one of those last rallies of Donald Trump's campaign this go around in Madison Square Garden, in his home state, having a lot of celebrities come in playing, you know, some music that we associate with New York. It really was kind of a different kind of event in terms of the emotion, which kind of came along with it, but didn't end up for him.
Which brought along some baggage with it as well, with the Puerto Rico garbage comment, and that drove the news cycle for a little while after that.
Yeah, certainly. Well, we will be back with more AP race calls and updates from this election night. And at the top of the next hour, here's some more poll closings to keep track of. Electoral votes. But for now, we'll leave you with pictures from San Juan, Texas. That's where a community watch party is being organized tonight by an immigration advocacy group. Back with you with more soon.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. We're back to you now with some more AP race calls. The Associated Press has declared Donald Trump the winner of 2 states, Ohio and Texas, and an update in the U.S. Senate contest this evening. The AP has declared Democrat Angela Alsobrooks as winner of the U.S. Senate contest in the state of Maryland. Back to the presidential race, again, a reminder of this live voting map that's next to me. These states lighting up in red for Republican Donald Trump and blue for Democrat Kamala Harris. With me to dive into all of these race calls and some other updates from this election night is Sagar Meghani. Sagar, hello.
We've reached the point where the news is coming fast and furious.
It is. So these presidential...
Not surprises. These are races that are going the way everyone expected them to go. 57 electoral votes between Texas and Ohio for Donald Trump. So that's notable, but again, not surprising.
Okay. What about some other measures that we're seeing on the ballot? There are a number of states this election night that are considering different proposals related to the issue of abortion. I understand there are some updates in those as well. What do you have?
There is. In the 2 years since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, abortion opponents had been 7 for 7 in statewide votes about constitutional amendments. Florida has broken that string. It has rejected a constitutional amendment that would have protected abortion, but abortion opponents have won 2 more races today in New York and in Maryland. Those 2 states have now enshrined the right to abortion in their constitutions.
Speaking of Maryland, this Senate contest with Angela Alsobrooks defeating former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. How big of a contest has this been? I feel like every time I'm here in Washington, I've seen so many ads related to this race. What's your takeaway on this one?
I live in Maryland. The ads have been everywhere. The signs have been everywhere. Ben Cardin is retiring as a Democrat. Democrats desperately needed to keep the seat. Larry Hogan, the Republican governor, mounted a big challenge, but Angela Alsobrooks now keeps the Senate at 50-50 because earlier in West Virginia, Governor Jim Justice won his Senate race. It was a 51-49 Senate for Democrats, evenly split now. Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Montana have furiously contested races still going, so control of the Senate hangs in the balance tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We'll be back with more soon. Coming up at the top of the next hour, we will have polls closing in an additional 3 states of Montana, Utah, and Nevada. That'll be a total of 16 electoral votes and will make Nevada the last of those presidential battlegrounds to wrap up their voting. We'll be back soon with more AP race calls and updates from other contests. Stay tuned.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
We're coming to you now with more AP race calls on this election night. The Associated Press has declared Donald Trump the winner in the following states: Missouri, Montana, and Utah. So, just a reminder, our live voting map here, you see those states coloring in as red as wins for Donald Trump. At this hour, polls have officially closed in all 7 of the battleground states, with voting coming to an end in Nevada. Polls are also closing now in Montana and Utah. Joining me, as he is all night, is Sagar Meghani. Sagar, these presidential race calls, are there surprises in here, or are these still kind of expected?
We feel like we've been saying the same thing every half hour.
Indeed.
Right? These are essentially playing out as predicted, as history, or at least recent history, would tell you. States that have gone for the Republican nominee 6, 7, 8, 10 times in a row, or for the last 50 years, all but 1 or 2 times. So, in summary, no, this is playing out the way you would have expected. What we still don't know is what those unpredictable 7 are going to do. Those 7 key battleground states.
One of the states where voting is now closing is Montana, and that is one of those Senate contests that we are watching closely tonight. Tell us a little bit about what's going on there.
That's where John Tester is the incumbent Democrat and is one of the more vulnerable Democrats in a brutal cycle for the Democratic Party, with so many seats to defend against this GOP onslaught, and Tester could be one of the ones that is not able to hang on to his seat, but that has not been called yet. We have an evenly split Senate right now, and what happens in the Senate and the House combined with the White House is going to go a very long way towards seeing how the country is governed from here on out.
Definitely. Thank you for that. Just as a reminder to all of you, at the top of that live voting map next to me, you can keep track of the electoral votes as they come in with AP race calls for each of the candidates. At this hour, there are 198 electoral votes for Donald Trump and 99 for Kamala Harris. We'll be back with more AP race calls and updates. We'll leave you now with these pictures of live vote counting as they come into us from Denver, Colorado. Back in a moment.
Ha ha!
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. You've been looking at live vote counting video as it comes into us from Denver, Colorado. And we're coming to you now with an AP race call from that state. The Associated Press has declared Kamala Harris the winner of Colorado, as well as the District of Columbia. So as you can see, those places are now filling in blue on our live voting map. And a note on the District of Columbia. It has participated in presidential races since 1964, and D.C. has been won by a Democrat every single time. As we look ahead to the top of the next hour, polls will be closing across the state of California, with its major haul of electoral votes at 54. As Farnoosh Amiri, our congressional correspondent, was telling us earlier, California is one of those places with some of the races that could help determine control of the U.S. House of Representatives. We'll be coming to you throughout this evening with more AP race calls and election night updates when we come back. For now, we will leave you with pictures coming in from Pennsylvania, that pivotal battleground state where vote counting is ongoing. Back with you in a moment.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. Here are the latest updates on AP race calls. Moments ago, the Associated Press declared Donald Trump the winner of the following states: Idaho, Iowa, and Kansas. AP has also declared Kamala Harris the winner of the states of California, Washington State, and Maine's 1st Congressional District. A reminder that Maine is one of those states that allocates electoral votes on a statewide basis as well as by congressional district. You can track all of these updates on our live voting map next to me, with areas popping up in blue and red. It's 11 p.m., so that also means that polls are closing on the West Coast. That includes California, that major electoral vote prize we just mentioned, with 54. Polls are also closed in Idaho, Oregon, and Washington State. So at this hour, that means that all polls have closed in the continental United States. Joining me to break all of this down is Sagar Magani. Hello.
Hello, Meg.
So California is one of these major electoral vote halls that we've been talking about. Now it's been awarded to Kamala Harris. Is this a surprise?
Not a surprise.
You keep telling me that these are not surprises.
I wish I had something other than that to tell you. But for starters, she's from California.
True.
California is always heavily Democrat. For so long, there's been a huge disparity between there, especially after Donald Trump won Ohio and he won Texas with their big hauls. The hauls we have not yet gotten, we have to go back to the early hours of the show, those 7 battleground states.
Right.
None of them have been called, from Georgia heading out to Nevada.
So all these states, you're still telling me we don't have calls there.
All of that is purple there. They're neither red nor blue on the other maps. So that's what everyone is still waiting on.
Right, and as we keep saying, these are the spots that the margins are anticipated to be so close, and so we're thinking that it's going to take longer and longer and go into the night.
The vote will take a good while.
When we think about the other races that are happening tonight, not just the presidential contest, but those down ballot races in the House and Senate that we're also following here at the AP, I know that there have been a few moments of history that have been happening tonight. Give us an update on that.
Yeah, we could get history if Kamala Harris does win the presidency. Of course, she would be the first black woman elected to the White House. She was already the second black woman elected to the Senate, only the second. Today alone, 2 more have been elected. You have Angela Alsobrooks in Maryland, Lisa Rochester in Delaware, which also made more history, 2 for 1. Sarah McBride has been elected to the House. She becomes the first openly transgender member of the U.S. Congress. So some more diversity coming into the ranks on Capitol Hill.
Always good to get an update on the other races that we are following at the AP, not just the presidential contest. So thank you for that. We will be back with you in a moment with more AP race calls and election night updates. As a reminder, like we were just talking about, AP has a lot more information on some of the other contests that we are following on our website, apnews.com. There you can also find continually updated live blogs from all of these contests. Back with you soon.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. The Associated Press has declared Donald Trump the winner of the state of North Carolina. This is the first of our Battleground race calls that we are bringing to you this evening. Joining me to break this down is Sagar Meghani. Sagar, we've been saying all night we were waiting for these Battleground calls to come in. This is the first one. What are we seeing in North Carolina?
Yeah, North Carolina traditionally does a fairly quick job counting its votes, so the first of those 7 states and those 16 electoral votes now going into the Trump map. He has spent a lot of time there. He was just there in the days leading up to the election, there after the hurricanes, reassuring people. This is the 3rd straight time he has now won North Carolina, 2016, 2020. Both of those are by slim margins, 1.3% in his win over Joe Biden 4 years ago. The margin at this point doesn't matter. Those 16 electoral votes go into his column. He can now mark one of those battleground states off. We're still waiting on all the other ones, from Georgia to Pennsylvania to Arizona. 6 still to go. They, again, we've said this time and again, but it's just the way it is. They will determine what happens, who gets to 270 first.
Absolutely. We have the first one of those Battleground calls. We will be on the lookout for more. Thank you so much. And thank you all. Again, we will be bringing you more AP race calls as they come into us. Back soon.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
We are back to bring you some new AP race call updates. The Associated Press has declared Kamala Harris the winner in 2 states, Oregon and New Mexico. We also have several U.S. Senate calls. The AP has declared Democrat Adam Schiff the winner of the U.S. Senate contest in the state of California. AP has also declared Republican Bernie Moreno winner of the U.S. Senate race in Ohio. So, as a reminder, back to the presidential race, the live voting map is here next to me. The update on the electoral vote totals, 230 for Republican Donald Trump, 192 for Democrat Kamala Harris. Back with me, as always, is Sagar Meghani. So, Sagar, just to go back to our last update, we have North Carolina, that one battleground that's been called for Republican Donald Trump. Still the 6 battlegrounds outstanding. These other 2 calls that we just had for Kamala Harris, more of the expected blue states that we were thinking.
More of the same from earlier. North Carolina, of course, not unexpected for the Republican nominee to win in North Carolina. You had Barack Obama in 2008. You had Jimmy Carter in 1976. That's really about it for 2 generations of Democrats, but still 16 electoral votes, the first of the battlegrounds that Donald Trump can now claim, looking ahead to those other 6.
What about these Senate calls where we've had winners declared in California and Ohio? Where did these races kind of put us in all that?
This is what Democrats feared. They saw Sherrod Brown, the 3-term senator, as one of the most endangered of them. Keep in mind, a 51-49 Democratic lead in the Senate going into today. That is now, at this moment, 51-49 for the Republicans after you had Jim Justice win a seat in West Virginia. Angela Alsobrooks won in Maryland, but there are still a few more outstanding. John Tester in Montana, Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, 2 Democrats trying to hold on to their seats. The Democrats' best hope right now, can Colin Aldred strip Ted Cruz of his GOP seat in Texas and make this a split chamber once again?
Definitely. Thank you so much. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll have more AP race calls coming your way and election night updates. For now, we will leave you with these live pictures of vote counting as it takes place out in Colorado. Back with you soon.
of 7 Battleground.
But also taking so many people off big conversations about if not where it's going, starting to but I think
Maybe it was going to
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. We are back to bring you some new AP race call updates. The Associated Press has declared Democrat Kamala Harris the winner of the states of Virginia and Hawaii. AP has also made determinations in 3 U.S. Senate contests, all of which have resulted in incumbents keeping their seats. They are Republican Ted Cruz in Texas, Democrat Mazie Hirono in Hawaii, and Democrat Amy Klobuchar in Minnesota. Back to the presidential race. Again, you can take a look at the live voting map in the screen next to me, with the electoral vote totals now updated to 230 for Donald Trump and 205 for Kamala Harris. We will continue to bring you more AP race calls and election night updates throughout this evening. But for now, we will leave you with a live look at vote counting as it takes place in one of those battleground states, Wisconsin. Back with you soon.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
We're back with you with breaking news with this alert that just moved on the AP wire. Republicans have won a U.S. Senate majority, seizing control of the chamber for the first time in 4 years. They were put over that mark after the AP declared Deb Fischer the winner of the U.S. Senate contest in the state of Nebraska. Again, this is an AP News alert that has just moved. We will be back with you with more information on other race calls and other updates on this election night. See you soon.
saying the popular vote.
small difference between those two people. Look at Pennsylvania, 50-49 to 48-21. And yet, at the end of the day, a series of victories that are 1 or 2 or 3 points are going to generate a commanding number of the college solutions. I'm not going to belabor this point, but for a candidate who Democrats were really, really aggressive called in the racist, there's nothing like that. An hour ago, say, it was a no-risk thing. We're counting, we're so grateful to all of you. Okay, so stay tuned. How long have you been with TLA there? Are you an anchor there or weekend anchor? Right now 4 and This is 2016. This is Trump's margin in Philadelphia. 15 and a half, okay? Then he comes back 4 years later. Philadelphia, that's really, I mean, it's a Republican running in a blue part of the state. He's just shy of 18. I did look at. Okay, so where is he tonight? He's only at 21, okay? So hold on to that phone here, okay? There's a reason for this. Yeah, like that? You caught me off guard. So let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania. You're not married, so... No, I'm not married. Some things I want to show you right now. So we talk about this. Really, when you talk about that's a live number that continues to come in. Go ahead and clear this. Kevin, wide out there, Mark. Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania. I'm going to show you the blue wall and how, you know, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right? There's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are your flipper counties, all right? All right, Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's the leading in Northampton. That flip for Biden, it's flipped.
Thank you for being believers in the promise of America. We still have votes down. We still have states that have not been involved in. We will continue on that. Okay. I know. that contribution is that we continue to give to our community so far. And whether we say
Yeah. Whenever it's an empty envelope, just try to look for the style notes. You bring it over next. You know, they do it in the Can I just borrow this one? So here's the style note. So you want to make sure you get the money for after you know, it's just let you know, I mean, that might have been a mistake, but I just want to make sure the empty envelopes are
Do we have another one? Yes. And a white tray?
well, the style.
I'm sorry, next slide.
Especially inside this. We need a white tray.
No, it was just being printed. Also, that way. That's it's got a system.
Once you get a system, that's after about 20 hours.
I know, I was thinking we switch now, and I was hoping that box would be so darn it. It's all I can do right now.
229. This case. You know, the internet, you know.
How are you doing? I'm going to give you an option. You can do one more, or you can go home. Not a problem. No problem. Can you see you guys tomorrow? Great. I do not know what time. You get emails, check them. I'm guessing somewhere between 10 and 12. Yeah. Right here.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. This is a breaking alert that has just moved on the AP wire. The Associated Press has called the battleground state of Georgia for Republican Donald Trump. That adds another 16 electoral votes to the Republicans' total. It's also the second of the 7 battleground states that AP has called tonight for Trump. The other 5 remain outstanding at this hour and are too early to call. As you can see on the live voting map next to me, that brings Donald Trump's electoral vote total to 246 and Kamala Harris to 210. Back with me, as he is all night, is Sagar Magani. Okay, Sagar, we've got our second of these battleground calls. What are you telegraphing in this? What do we see?
Well, when you look at that number, 246 for Donald Trump, that puts him 24 electoral votes away from being declared the winner of this race. When you look at Pennsylvania with 19 and some of these other battlegrounds that you mentioned, he is easing toward that. The Harris campaign had said just before we called this race that there are too many races too close to call, all the votes have to be counted, and that the vice president herself would not be speaking at their victory rally / party event tonight at Howard University here in Washington, her alma mater. So the mood clearly dispirited there as people began just flooding out of that.
Yeah, we
Howard
saw that
gates.
in our live pictures here.
Just
people just
flocking
leaving,
away from there once they were told that the vice president would not be appearing. So a dour mood among Democrats, but a whole lot of happy people at Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump is supposed to address his supporters.
Right, and we will keep our eyes on our images coming in from all of his supporters gathered. Thank you for that, and we will bring you more AP race calls and election night updates as this evening goes on. Thank you, and stay tuned.
You've been like looking and not looking.
That's the only one you made. It's good.
Let's go check out Pennsylvania one more time.
Kennedy was assassinated. I need iPhone 405. I don't know. I mean, I'll go up to school, but it's 405. Johnson became president. He decided to reform the military. Decided that target force was eliminating our
That's what's happening. Now, take this, put it all back in this. Do a classification Make sure you do, how many you have on that list? Warrant officers, $64 question. You guys want to quit? Or you want to do one more? Yeah. You guys have questions. You can't rely on other people to make it. You think you can get it done in 40 minutes or less? It is 11. 8. 11 and 8. Can you get it done in 40 minutes? How long did the last one take you? No. Can I make a suggestion? I got into a case section that was rated among the lowest. You guys. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Yes. Or any time thereafter. Thank you guys very much for everything you've done.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the bathroom and then grab half a diet Pepsi and drink it on the way home.
Thank you. I found a really quick way to temporarily.
Are you leaving? You're not going to leave from up there?
Yeah.
Aviation.
implication of the presidential election.
Understood.
That's why I said that. That's why I understand that.
Which is probably a blessing.
$1 million, so why fire her? You don't know what they did the next day.
Yeah, they're but also but we're also they know.
All right. Yeah, you too.
I also supervised the snack bar that we drive. So now there's a new manager. She calls up. Says my inventory is Are these ladies picking money? They look like they are.
Daggers.
Okay.
We all
We appreciate everything you guys have done. You've been a great team. I appreciate it.
You all too have done a great job.
You guys make our job easy. We're finishing up.
Yeah.
And we will not leave without you.
Yeah, I'm just going to try.
Okay, no problem. We will. Okay, we got it.
I would
You didn't see that.
Well, there must be big ones from both of him and Louise.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And it really made it a lot easier to get me out of it. Because, I mean, this doesn't take great.
You wouldn't do this one. It's hard to get this stuff in.
It does take
That will be the case of every secretary in the city. We're close to victory here.
Okay.
Do a shoot the same clip.
But it was not my favorite job ever. It's just the only place to work in that town and actually make a little change.
Did you get to these? How long did you put on the
Oh, thank you. Nothing's planned on it, but thank you for the offer.
Was this box light? I'm sorry, what was that? Should we be getting sent over? When you're
Different when you go on the first one.
I remember thinking they used to put batteries because that's the only way to use yourself. They're not going to need me.
If you're really understand.
Yes. Sorry.
She leaves the premise. She leaves it in such a manner that the person.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. Yeah, I know. Okay, I definitely didn't see that. I don't remember that.
If
It's 1H of 18357. Yes, it's 1, 2, well, no, we're talking about 6, 4, 1.
Hope you guys have a good evening.
Animation.
Or dinner. What are we working tomorrow? 10 or 6?
Yes, it's an extension of
No, she's ready. Oh, she is. Let me tie my shoe.
1
is on this just to clear.
161. Senate was a bad legislature disruption. Do you really think that we're going to have a response? 570.
Yeah, I believe that's a change. You see, the only thing on the device is good for
Just kidding. That was a very quick down. That was a cut off. Detroit guy.
I want to go home for midnight. You don't have to see it on your position. You have that much faith in all this. As long as you're here, I'm fine. Very good. Let's get started.
Thank you so much for your service.
They're also excited about the possibility that Michigan could over that magic 270 number. They're also following
Going with me, we have a lot on the ballot. So we're closing up, heading everybody out.
Thank you.
I'm still live right now, so I have to do my others like 5-10 minutes
Okay.
before you turn off.
Okay. Yeah, probably because I think we'll all be done.
Oh, you're our AP stringer.
So, yeah. Yes. Or I'm not a stringer, but.
Oh, AP.
Yeah, she's an AP. I'm a video. She's a stringer. Yeah.
You're the AP stringer.
Okay. I'm done with the app.
I met somebody who I spoke at a neighborhood association. He said that you were on assignment because he was in Nevada.
Oh.
He lives in my neighbor. He's my neighbor.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I have to tell you guys a very funny story. So I went to school for journalism. I was a print reporter for a long time.
Mike Rogers'
Founded the
initiative
North Star
looks like he is getting.
But back in the day when I was in college in Pennsylvania, I was an AP stringer. And I always joke with people, I was like, that was back when I had a dial-up phone, and they were like, so we've been reporting everything like the mystery, and so we wouldn't have to sit there and hit like refresh and then your full dial-up phone would go through the whole screen. And I was like, this is insane, it's so slow, and we'd be like so freaking out about it, and like, then you'd dial up and go through the whole process again, and there would be nothing to do, because they didn't used to tell us, like, when the next report was going to be, in a very strong way, and in fact, they just never knew. It was like, figure it out, I guess, and then you just keep doing it all the time. It was old school, but at the same time, like, in some ways, I'm like, hopefully we'll be able to call.
Have we come that far?
Some things are still just quite funky.
Pennsylvania is still
You could see the House going Republican as well, and that would be part of the story as well. Let's go out to Trisco. On the west coast of his panel.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you as well. We've got our
It's an adventure. Yeah, no doubt. We'll get on here.
No problem. I just wanted to give you a little bit of a heads up before everybody goes.
This is the third consecutive polling miss in a presidential cycle for Donald Trump. And we really need to be asking ourselves, why do they keep getting it wrong? And at this point, it is a choice. Back in 2016, you could argue that you were blindsided, you didn't expect it. You cannot say that anymore. This was predictable from the very start. And I think the reason they keep getting it wrong is because they still don't understand, they cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And even worse, they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a very clear message tonight that you better start paying attention, and you better start paying attention soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton, but Gianna, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again tonight, and you think
think it's worth talking about?
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these accents like, you better thank a union member, all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to this community, even going on Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see
Safer and warm up.
This is a mandate tonight for him, and I think he should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with him.
What do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We're focused now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong there?
Well, I think it's going to be, agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One concern that, if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Dana?
I am really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious, and you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her, and I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone. Kayla, I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story. And I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all of the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never-Trumpers, the Republicans, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol, and people like that who seem to abandon everything they'd ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
Kellyanne?
We'll get to the never-Trumpers soon enough and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personalities. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this phone that Huma Abedin placed the call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him, and I said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence, make sure Hillary actually concedes. She did. And President Trump was gracious to them, too. Yep. They came to the luncheon at the Capitol after the inauguration. The Obamas and the Clintons were there. I was there to see it myself. And then something just changed. The Washington Post said, let's impeach him at noon. 2 minutes after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote about this in her book. So, Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They had this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They had him in a courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him. And whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree with you. I'm just saying be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward. I agree. And I know you will. That was my only point.
I heard a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. He was going to. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious too. I think he will. I don't know him as well as you, but I hope the people around him can be gracious as well.
That's a different question.
We can always hope.
Yeah, well, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion with a bill.
Wow.
B, if you spend $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, the presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a check you can write to for every American? What did you say?
$50. It's about 40.
I want my $50.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable.
Yeah.
This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach people. But I think it's really interesting and something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these endorsements.
You know what I was struck by? The final
and Musk and the rest of them.
The final ads where
they were excellent.
They talked about making America great again, but then ending with the assassination attempt and that fist in the air, the iconic image, and the fight.
Absolutely.
Warrior president.
And it worked.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, toughest son of a gun we ever saw. And that was the last note we see in that ad. And I think, for whatever you think of the guy, you got to admire that.
Yep.
I mean, the adversity that he's faced, everything we've seen in other presidencies and other political figures who've gone through all kinds of trouble are pale in comparison to what he's been put through.
No,
maybe it's time for his enemies to stop it.
Not only that, but the energy that he has is truly amazing. He's the Energizer Bunny. Let's check in with Aisha Hasni, speaking of the Energizer Bunny, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Aisha, this has been a big night all night long. I'm sure it's really getting fever pitch now.
A big night, Brett and Martha, a long campaign for the former president, for all of us, the press corps that have been following him around now for more than a year. The crowd went absolutely nuts when Fox News called it here, and people were hugging each other, they were high-fiving each other, that people were on FaceTiming. I think they couldn't believe it that this happened tonight and they didn't have to wait days and days and days. We are now awaiting the former president to take the podium. He is here in the building, as is his running mate, now Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. They're backstage. We were told they were going to come out as soon as the election was called, and so now we're just waiting. We asked for a 2-minute warning. I don't know if we're going to get one, but hopefully we will see him soon. And so I just want to add a little bit of perspective, just as a Capitol Hill reporter that's been covering the former president for a while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked privately with many powerful Republicans who did not want to see the former president back in Washington, and then to see the legal battles that he went through and Republicans having to stand up for him. And then he went through the primary process. As Kellyanne Conway just said, he earned it state by state by state, and then came back to Washington in the spring and went to the RNC and claimed the nomination. This is the greatest comeback that I've ever witnessed personally myself. And so I look forward to seeing what he says to the country here tonight and to his supporters. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you. The Harris team is now texting to say Vice President Harris will speak tomorrow, and that will be her response to the election results. That's all we have from the Harris team, which is really strange. I mean, from a PR perspective, Dan?
No, I also just think it's a shame, because I remember when John Kerry did this to George W. Bush in 2004, and you work so hard, and I know that they're disappointed, but
you should concede and let your opponent have their election night, and let everybody that's there at Trump, at Mar-a-Lago, where are they? They're in Palm Beach.
They're in West Palm, at the convention center.
At the convention center, like, let them have their moment without anyone. Like, I remember Andy Card had to come in and say, well, yes, we know we won, but we have to wait until John Kerry concedes, and then we all had to traipse back in the next morning and wait, and you don't get that moment. I don't think it's right. And
that's not to say there's not going to be a phone call. There could be a phone call tonight, but she's not going to speak publicly.
If there's a phone call, they have to make it public. And then nobody needs to hear from her. So if I were her, I would do it tonight.
I mean, they had that whole setup in front of Howard University.
Yes, all of her people were already there.
Everybody was there, and it does feel like you want to just collect the moment and do it the way that people used to.
They were holding out hope. They were holding out hope that the blue wall could somehow come together, but it's going to be a
90 minutes before that, they were told to go to bed.
Yeah. I got that text.
90 minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said, everyone can go to bed and come back tomorrow. So
she didn't even address her own supporters. We want her to call President Trump. She didn't talk to the people who were assembled there for hours for her. It just seems very ungracious. By the way, it ended up being a very bad split screen. You probably couldn't see it in here, but they're filing out, and he's expanding his folks, and they're all excited for him. Look, I think that Kamala Harris was a sign of the times, but I think that Trump's a metaphor for the country. And when he says we don't surrender, fight, 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 we get back up, I just think I think that's what it is. The other thing I just want to say, maybe it's as a Catholic, maybe it's just as a Trump supporter, maybe it's just as a flawed human being. We all get second chances in this life. Rarely do we get a second chance as big as this one. And I have got to believe the man that I know and that Kayleigh worked with is going to work with a certain alacrity and energy to get things done very quickly. What he can do through executive order, what he could do with the Congress, bringing in the governors. Nobody gets a second chance this big in their lives and just puts it on the shelf like it's a trophy or a gold star. He's going to use that as a platform for good and undo some of these bad policies, and I think do even better. You know, these celebrities, these athletes, he's got job creators and innovators. He's got Elon Musk and Dana. He's got people who make stuff, who people say, wow, there's an American success story, and he's going to bring them aboard.
So Vice President Harris has now encountered what is known as the Van Buren curse. It's the failure of the vice president to get to the presidency. Only two have done it, and that is Martin Van Buren in 1836 and George H.W. Bush in 1988. You know, the question is what the Republican Party looks like now. And Kayleigh, it's a multiracial party, to your point. It's working class, and maybe it's the future. I mean, it's Elon Musk. It is Joe Rogan and podcast. It is, you know, there's an opportunity here on both parties to realign and change.
There are going to be a lot of conversations that go on to that end. Who is the next standard bearer for President Trump? Is it J.D. Vance? Is he the one who picks up the torch after a 4-year legacy-defining term with the success that Kellyanne's describing? Is it J.D. Vance that picks it up? There's going to be a conversation about ground game. I mean, Kamala Harris over the weekend, they were saying they were knocking 1,000 doors a minute, and I have no reason to doubt that. It was an extraordinary ground game, but do ground games matter as much as podcasts, as much as real, authentic, viral moments like President Trump on the garbage truck or, you know, President Trump at McDonald's, these viral moments that really captured the attention of the nation? And what does the Republican Party look like going forward? It's a broad coalition. It's an exciting coalition. And I think if President Trump manifests that working man agenda, no tax on tips, no, you know, limit on credit card rate, that's a working man's economic agenda. And if he makes that happen in 4 years, this party may look like this for quite some time.
You know, I'm struck when you're talking about the authenticity part of this, because when I think about him with the French fries at McDonald's and standing up with blood on his face, fight, 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 you can't fabricate. No, you know, consultant can create those moments, Trey. Those are organic and they are authentic. And I think that that is something that Kamala Harris fell really far short on in terms of the authenticity measure.
Yeah, if you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party is going to go through in the next weeks and months, because this was a loss that I don't think anyone saw coming, not to this magnitude. So what does the autopsy look like if you're a Democrat? It's painful, but you have to have one. How did you lose, and how did you lose this soundly?
The easiest way to do it for them would be to simply say, if Joe Biden hadn't clung to the job. Different process and would have had competition, and the whole thing would have been different.
Against her?
You know?
Who would have
But I
run
mean,
against her?
but Harold, you have a Democratic Party that's pretty old. I mean, you have Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden.
Well, no, you got Andy Beshear, you got Josh Shapiro, you got Gretchen Whitmer.
That's a different kind of Democrat, and that is not the progressive Democrat that wins in a primary. So is it going to be a change in your party?
Well, we nominated Bill Clinton and a Barack Obama who were not from that
the old days
party. So I think we'll do that. Look, tonight, what happened this evening and what's happened over the last year has been described could have occurred. So if this can happen, things are possible in politics if you're willing to change and willing to have courage and determination. And whatever Democrats or anybody want to say about this guy who's been elected our president, he personifies that courage and determination and persistence. So I think, Trey, you were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a very serious answer. I think that's going to be part of the answer. And we've got to look long and hard about whether or not the way we campaign sometimes with identity politics at the end, is that the right way to do it? But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message. And we'll get there. We've got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party, and we'll figure it out this time.
So the carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that?
Oh yeah.
This speech.
I was going way back.
We're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? You know, he's coming, but there may not be teleprompters.
I'm saying he goes off the teleprompter anyway. But he, the other night at the Al Smith dinner, he was upset that there were teleprompters, because he doesn't want to use them. So.
Right. So, Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one right now?
Yeah.
I think look, I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people, too. So I think that's why we're all here, and I'm wide awake, and I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. And I am curious to see. I think I wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration speech, which would be 8 years since Carnage speech. He has a wide range of the types of speeches that he can give. If you think even within a speech, there's range. If you think about the RNC convention, it started off with like, oh, wow, yeah. And then after a while, it was like, wow, he's still talking. And it was like so long, and it kind of got off script, and people thought, oh, he kind of lost opportunity. But he didn't. I think if you look at these people who would take off work, drive somewhere in the middle of the night to go and get in line to wait for hours, to then stay at a rally for hours. And part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people so that you could go to a place where you're not afraid to wear your red MAGA hat, and you could say, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the only one who thinks the way that I do. I can actually have friends. And that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be outreach to the other side. I believe in love thy neighbor. I love all of that. But he has created something special here. So I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
Yeah. Kellyanne, you were looking at the popular vote. He's still up and could finish up.
And part of it is because he did run up the totals in places I was looking at, even the rural counties in Pennsylvania. He was going to win them by significant double digits, but he won them that much more. I think running up the totals in Florida, which was a swing state not that long ago, over 1.1 million votes or so. Kaylee, right, your home state. And this is, look, I think that when the Democrats take a look at this candidacy, it's not going to be did she have too much time, not enough time. She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't speak well. She doesn't work hard. I'm a big job. When she couldn't make the case, what she does as vice president that affects our lives in a positive way, she was given that opportunity. I personally would like to thank the women of The View tonight. Yeah. For asking this question, for having her on. Oprah, we see you, and so on and so forth. People who thought they were doing her a favor because they made her something she's not. It's the opposite for Trump. They make him something he's not. Take that one word, take that one line, take that cherry pick this, that, the other. You never get the essence. I go back, does everybody remember 5 years ago, so Laurel and Yanny, or what color dress? You hear Laurel, I hear Yanny. You see a blue dress, I see a yellow dress. We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way Donald Trump is in this country. There are people who look exactly the same person, and they see two different vistas. I think it's time that we try to see one. Look, I don't know who said it earlier. I'm a little worried about the reaction of the Democrats and the Kamala people here. I'm very worried. I think that there are a lot of unhinged people across the political spectrum, and we gave very little quarter to how many anti-Kamala voters are out there. I don't want to hear the words racism and sexism. It's eyesight and hearing. We were listening and watching her, and I'm very worried that we've not talked a lot about how violent people may be and angry because she lost. Right. I'm afraid of that.
Right. I mean, I can just imagine thinking about The View, and a week or so ago, they were saying, you know, what is wrong with someone who would vote for him?
Michelle Obama said.
And Joe Scarborough saying, you know, we weren't raised like this. Who raised these people? So I can only imagine what tomorrow is going to look like.
Yeah. You know, I will say when we talk about The View, you know, what comes to mind is we mentioned the carnage speech that President Trump gave at his inauguration. And my mind automatically went to the unity speech that Biden gave, and he mentioned unity a half dozen times. But when you think about what we got over 4 years, there was the garbage comment that didn't come in isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one of the first words he used to describe those who opposed his COVID edicts. The Mark Cuban comment, he was an official surrogate of the Kamala campaign. And for, you know, as mean as some of President Donald Trump's tweets have been and people have problems with it, one thing I've challenged Democrats to find is one example. I think that Donald Trump, who goes with his instincts, is going to be a Trump that ultimately leads a very successful country in second term.
You know, Martha, Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural address than any president, I think, except one. If he's serious about that, he'll pardon Donald Trump. He'll also pardon his son. And then he'll put pressure on Georgia and New York to end this lawfare. If there is any silver lining tonight, it is that lawfare actually helps the person that you are trying to go after. We need a justice system. The lady needs to wear a blindfold for a reason. We got to stop this prosecution of our political enemies.
I mean, literally, his polls went up.
Will be the Attorney General.
Absolutely.
We need a really solid Attorney General.
John Ratcliffe.
You can do it.
Sorry, John.
Cabinet members, Treasury Secretary, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. You've got Tom Cotton, Mike Pompeo. You have.
Well, you also have a Republican bench. And sometimes, like you were saying, that the Democratic Party is quite old right now. There's not a great bench, although there are some. Especially, but when you take governors out of states, then you leave a hole, and then you have to build up that bench back up. But the Republican bench is pretty strong right now.
There you see Doug Burgum and Vivek Ramaswamy, Steve Wynn and his lovely wife Andrea. So people are there waiting for the former president. Britt would like to know where he is.
He's watching us.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, you know, standing up, asking what their government is going to do, asking their government to see them and their concerns, that it works, that this is American democracy in our republic working.
The process works. I think as we get a final account of the numbers and the coalition that President Trump won with this time, I think it will be one that will be for the history books. President Bush, I think, got 40+% of the Hispanic vote. George Bush, W. Bush, And it looks like President, at least the preliminary numbers suggest that. But as much as we talk about the unconventional aspect of this was conventional also. People believed him. He resonated with voters. He resonated with communities, rural communities, urban communities, suburban communities across the country. And I congratulate him tonight. I didn't want him to win, but I congratulate him on his victory and wish him the best for my country. And I can only hope that the concerns that are articulated by my dear friend Kellyanne, that they're not realized. I hope that my party and my friends, and for that matter, Republicans alike, that we're all able, once we get past the moment here, the 24 hours of excitement and joy and celebration, to understand that what we're really celebrating is the greatest experiment to have ever come to existence. It'll celebrate 250 years of its own existence in 2026. So those are my thoughts, Brett.
I'm struck by the issue that of abortion, because it was talked about so much, and it was presented as if, you know, you're a woman and you are not going to support her, then you hate all women. They said that husbands, were hateful towards their wives and the women in their lives if they didn't support this candidate. And I think it just goes to show that that kind of, manipulating, it doesn't win
and
people
narrowcasting us based on our gender. I think Kamala Harris was talking to us from the waist down, and I think Donald Trump was talking to us from the waist up as well. That's where my eyes, my ears, my heart, my brain, and my big mouth are. So, I mean, you got to talk to the woman in full. It's as if she doesn't know anything about the economy, or she doesn't care about what's going on in Ukraine or Israel or with Iran, or can't do the math on her grocery bill. It's an insult. Of course people care, but we care about many things. Just as we are not monolithic in life, we're not monolithic thinkers politically. But, Martha, something else happened. They put these ballot initiatives on to try to gin up turnout for the Democrat. And they did that, and it kind of backfired. Look at this popular vote, and it backfired. The other thing is, if you've got 10 abortion ballot initiatives, you can vote your conscience on abortion, and you can vote separately or similarly for president. Yeah, the presidential race was not a proxy for your position on abortion. By the way, somebody sent me the statistics. Over $500 million spent on ads about abortion. $500 million in this country out of the $16 billion Brett is talking about. $37 million for pro-lifers. The rest was the pro-choicers. I mean, it's just insane amount of money.
So we've spent a lot of time talking about markets tonight and with the betting markets. Trey, at this point, it's at about 66% that Republicans hold on to the House as they're ticking down the possibilities, and they look at these coattails with not only the popular vote, but what could be and is shaping up to be an electoral college landslide. Should he control the White House, the Senate, and the House, like he did at the beginning of 2016, the possibilities open to a lot of things.
Yeah, I was there in 2016, and we had everything but an agenda. That mistake will not be made this time. He will deal with the border. He will deal with tax now, and John Thune or John Cornyn or whoever becomes the majority leader. The mistakes of 2016, I think we were surprised that he won. I'm not saying he was surprised, but others were surprised. The other thing I would remind you, Brett, when he won in 2016, do you recall what he said about Hillary Clinton? She's been through enough. There was a lot of pressure to prosecute her. He said she's been through enough. I wish my Democrat friends would say the same thing about him and say enough is enough. Drop the cases in New York and Georgia. Biden shouldn't wait on Donald Trump to end these federal cases. They should be ended by Joe Biden. If you really want unity, then quit using lawfare to divide the country. Quit using the justice system to try to win political races.
We are still following these Senate races, and as we wait for the former president, by the way, there's Nigel Farage there talking in the crowd there. Britt, this is remarkable in that some of these races were not even suspected to be close. Expected to be close. Mike Rogers, he was a long shot at one point against Alyssa Slotkin.
Good candidate.
In Michigan, good candidate.
Strong candidate.
Former chairman of the House Intelligence Committee.
Right. Attractive guy.
But Sam Brown was left, essentially, he was not going to win.
He was not on anybody's list.
Nope.
Likely switch.
Not getting much money or attention.
No, but I think he's a competent candidate. Once again, we have.
By the way, there's Sam Brown right there, 48.1 to 47.2, 80% in over Jackie Rosen.
How much? It renews our understanding that candidate quality matters.
Yep.
In this cycle, Republicans in the Senate races in particular fielded some pretty darn good candidates that gave them a shot in states where Republicans often face an uphill battle. And the fact that, it looks like it won't be just a squeaker, there might be a little margin there for Republicans in the Senate is testament to that.
Let's see what Wisconsin is, guys. Can we put up Havdi in Wisconsin?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President-elect Donald J. Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President-elect Donald J. accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right. Still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you very much. Wow. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. Help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved them. It is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political. We've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. Oh, we're going to do it. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at. We have taken back control of the Senate. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, 内华达州、德州、俄亥俄州、密西根州、威斯康星，以及非常重要的宾州。我们都是借由 MAGA， 也就是让美国再一次伟大的这个运动而赢得下。在这些各州当中，我们都与各州的这些参议员以及各州的政府一起合作，他们都做得非常好。We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 And it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody
我们的
expected
时候呢，
that.
有的时候
Nobody.
也做了2
So
到
I
3
just
个合
wanted to
作，
thank you
从来
very
没有
much
人
for
能够
that.
想
And
得
we
到的，
have,
所以我们
you
要谢
have
谢
some
各
great
位。
senators and some great new senators.
在各州的
And it
参
also
众
looks
议员
like
都
we'll
非
be
常的合
keeping
作。
control of the House of Representatives.
我们当然也要保住现在呢国会当中的席次。
And I want to thank Mike
我要
Johnson. I
谢
think he's
谢
doing a terrific
麦克强森，
job.
他其
Terrific
实做
job.
了非常棒的
I
工
want to
作。
also thank my beautiful wife
我
Melania
还要
for
谢谢
staying.
我美丽的妻子梅兰妮亚。
Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country?
谁有目前现在全国最畅销的作家头衔？因为梅兰妮亚其实最近是出了书，也因此川普会这么说。
No, she's done a great job. Works very hard.
她做了非常棒的工作，相当出色，努力的工作帮助人们。我要谢谢她，不过我要谢谢我全家，我非常惊人的孩子们，他们真的是很棒的孩子。我们总是谢谢我们的孩子，不是吗？大家都会谢谢他们的孩子如此的出色。这是一个很棒的事情，当你觉得他们很出色。当 Ivanka 他所有台下我的孩子们，以及我的孩子的配偶们。
My father-in-law Victor is tremendous.
我的岳父他们都是非常惊人的人，而我们非常想念的 Melania 的妈妈，她将会很高兴如果看到我们今天这个晚上的情境。她也是一个非常美丽、具有洞见力的女人。
I want to be the first to congratulate.
我要当第一个恭喜。
Great, now I can say Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
副总统范斯，副总统的当选人，我要当第一个恭喜他的人。
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance.
以及他完全美丽的妻子，我们也要感谢他。
And he's a feisty guy, isn't he?
他是一个非常充满斗志的人，不是吗？
Go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain
深入
networks.
敌营，而你知道这些敌营完全是被网络所控制的。很多人都说：“先生，我要做这个吗？”他就只是答应了。不管是 CNN 或者是其他电视台，他都会说：“好的，谢谢。” 他接收全盘，并且表现得非常亮眼，在这些敌营的媒体当中。来上前说几句话吧，范斯。
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you
总统先生，我感谢你能够加入这个惊人的旅程，并且给我信任。我们刚刚赢了这场史上最棒的政治战役。
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children, and
以及你的孩子战斗，并且赢得这场政治战斗后，我们会再打一场最棒的经济战斗，我们也会打赢。
Thank you very much.
谢谢各位。
He's turned out to be a good choice.
结果他是一个非常棒的选择。
I took a little heat at the beginning.
我相信他在一开始。
I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets.
我早就知道他的脑袋会是一个非常棒的选择，他的才智，他的家人。接下来4年，我们会把这个国家翻转过来，做许多特别的事情。
that little thing called special, we have to make it so. We're going to make this so great.
我们将会为这个国家把这个国家变成非常棒的国家，最棒的国家。
Right now, we're going to just work
让这个国家成为史上最伟大的国家。
We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. We just, if we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad.
我们如果要再等长一点的话，我们不知道这个事情怎么会复苏，但是我们会赶快关闭边境。让这些不该来我们国家的人不要再来。我们要让该来国家的人让他们回来。但这些人就算要回来，必须要合法的回来。
Appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did.
并且我们现在要给 Susie 跟 Chris 他们非常棒的这样的一个感谢。
Chris, come here, Chris.
上来吧
Susie likes to stay sort of in the back. Let me tell you, the Ice Maiden. We call it the Ice Maiden.
Susie 在这个非常困难的一些州当中打了非常棒的一个战役。
Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background.
她过去总是在一个幕后的人，她不喜欢在台前露面。
This wasn't expected, but I just want to
这个我没有想到说会来到台上讲话，不过我要谢谢川普先生给我们一个这么棒的旅程，并且是一个这么棒的47届的总统，他将会成为一个非常棒的总统，以及我们整个团队。就算我的老板在后面是一个非常低调，他也是最棒的老板。
Thank you, and thank you, Susie.
谢谢。
Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special.
所有在现场台上的人都非常棒，并且非常特别。
Trump, who did you say?
川普，抱歉，你说什么
？Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star.
我告诉你，我们有一个新的明星。这个明星诞生了，就是伊隆马斯克。
Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together.
他是一个出色惊人的人。我们今天晚上坐在一起。
Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning.
费城、宾州看这些选战的开票。2个星期前，我看到他的火箭缓缓的降落，非常惊人，发着光芒的这样的一个闪耀的光芒。
I said, "What happened to your paint job?" He said, "We've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat."
我说。你们从来没有做过这样的一个器材，以及这样子能够完全降落到地面的一个推进器。
It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down and
我们可以看到这个推进器慢慢的缓缓降下，并且尾巴拖着这样的一个火炬。我告诉你，只有伊隆马斯克，全世界只有他能够做到这件事情。
I had the screen muted, no sound.
我告诉别人说，
very important man happens to be here.
我在跟一个非常重要的男人讲话，他在这边，是史上最重要的一个人。
But you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold.
我现在或许将会再成为一个总统，因此我要求他。
Because especially because you're going to be president again, they.
当你要再成为总统的时候是非常重要的，因此我告诉他，我看到这样的一个非常惊人的这样子火箭掉下来的画面。
And I said, "Oh no!" And I said, "Do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this."
他说：“我告诉我的工作人员说，我需要跟他说话，我把电话放着。”
Pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then
我看到它快要撞上了，直到我看到这个火炬完全熄灭，并且非常垂直的降落，就仿佛你是抱着你的孩子那么轻柔。我打给伊隆，告诉他说：“这是你做的吗？”他说：“这是我做的。”我说：“这世界上还有谁可以做这件事情？俄国可以做吗？中国可以做吗？美国政府能够做的比你好吗？”他说：“没有人能够做的比你好。”这就是为什么我爱你，伊隆。接着我们还看到有非常悲剧性的飓风在北卡罗来纳州造成许多灾情，是最大的一个飓风我们史上所见过的。
And the danger was unbelievable. And
这样的
people from North
危
Carolina
险是
came
非
to
常
me and they
惊
said,
人
"Would
的
it be，
并且造成很大的
possible,
风险。
all possible
北卡罗来纳州的人，他们当时就遭受了这个命运的危机。他告诉伊朗说，我们需要帮助他们。我打给伊隆马斯克，我告诉你，当时非常惊险，很多人们就即将是要快死掉了。我打给他说，伊隆马斯克，你是不是有一些叫做星链的东西？他说这样的这个通讯讯号是非常好的，我们非常需要。你可以马上给我们一些在北卡罗来纳州一些星链的支援吗？他马上答应，并且救了许多的性命。他是一个特别的人，并且是一个超级的天才，我们需要保护他。这世界上没有太多这样的天才，他是一个超级天才，我要谢谢他。他是一个非常惊人的人。
Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace.
他在哪边吗？他在附近吗
What happened to Bryson? Where is he?
他在哪里
Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way.
他在路
He's
上
hitting
吗
balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going.
他也有一个
US Open, Bryson.
他也有一个非常棒的工作，并且有非常出色的表现。
He's a tough guy.
这个人呢，我们现在看到的这个人，他是一个非常坚强的人。那我们可以看到在团队当中带给我们非常多的支持。
And came to me. Do you mind if I use your? Nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went.
我当时帮助他了一些。
Sport I've ever seen, but.
那我告诉他说，你所从事的运动是史上最危险的运动之一。但你做得非常出色，但是他是一个充满动力的人。他成为史上最棒的运动员之一。我希望可以请他说几句话，因为人们非常喜欢听他说话。
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. 没有人比这个男人以及他的家人更值得今天的这一切。这就是国家机器追杀你的时候，我们能够看到这个男人不会被停止，他从来不会放弃，这是最努力的男人。我从亲眼看过最努力的男人。 这个是英国，他就是值得他现在拥有的这一切。我要快快的感谢一些人，过去的这些团队里头的人。美国，谢谢你，谢谢你们拥有一个美好的夜晚。
That is a piece of work.
这是一个非常惊人的工作。 最主要，我还是要谢谢这个国家里面成千上百万非常努力工作的人们，一起促成今天这么晚上的改变。 我们可以看到，是在数字上面呈现出非常惊人的胜利。这是一个特别的状况，我们一定会让你们的选择有所回报。我们会把整个局势给翻盘，这必须要翻盘的。我们一定会让这个国家翻盘，方方面面。 各个层面我们都会做到，我们都会让这一天被记得，说这一天是一个重要的日子，他们能够控制并且掌握这个国家的命运。所以我只是想说，我代表这个非常出色、惊人的团队，这些人非常的劳苦功高，并且非常的努力工作，像是小甘乃迪。 他将会帮助让美国再度健康。 在喊的 Bobby 就是小甘乃迪的别称。小甘乃迪是一个非常好的人，他希望他有雄心壮志，我们也会帮助他。小甘乃迪，我想告诉你，把石油的问题、天然气的问题都交给我来烦恼。我们有各种资源，比沙特阿拉伯还多，比俄国都还多。接下来呢，就享受你的美好时光吧。我们也会减税，我们将会做出没有任何其他人能够做到的事。中国没有我们所拥有的东西，我们有世界上最棒的人，这或许就是最重要的事情。这个选战已经是历史性的选战，这是最大的、最广泛的。我们从来没有看到这样子，在美国的历史当中没有看过这样的事情。年轻的女人从乡村到城市，所有人都站出来了。有许多人去分析说，现在人们的选举的结果，结果发现来自各个国家、各个种族，不管是西班牙或者是阿拉伯、西班牙裔、非裔，各种种族的人，美丽的人们都来支持我们。
Uniting citizens of all backgrounds around
各种有各式各样背景的美国市民，根据共识来做决定。这个团队就是有共识的团队，像是我们希望有更好的教育以及更好的边境政策。这4年来我们都没有战争，除了说我们打败了 ISIS。但是这4年我们都没有战争，但是他会开始战争，意思指是拜登，也就是我可以说这是一个民主的胜利。我们将会一起来成就最惊人的未来。我们从来没有做过这样子。我想过去这段时间，好像印象中我们做了超过900场的造势，900多。之类的，很多人都很悲观的说，这是我们最后的造势了。但是我们现在看到说，更重要的事情，在选前的时候或许悲观，但是我们可以看到说，现在呢，我们能够做更多为我们国家更好的事情，我会让这个国家更好。我们说，很多人跟我说。上帝救我的命是有原因的。这个原因就是要救我们的国家，并且让美国回到更好的状况。我们将会完成这个神圣任务。税收的改制将不容易。能源的改制将不容易，但我将会用我自己的所有来完成这件事情。这是一个非常惊人的工作，最重要的工作，世界上最重要的工作。
让美国再次伟大，川普确定当选了美国总统。他是以277张的选举人票确定当选，再一次入主白宫。
我会听不懂你讲话，所以我会没办法跟别人沟通，所以就会感觉灵魂被卡在肉体里面。
我现在看到你在念经文的状态，我是用通灵看到，有点急于求成。
那这条路会是什么路？
你心里面有答案，
我心里就没答案才会来这里
你没有找回那个途径，我刚才说的。
我先施礼一下，因为我不认同你讲的这句话。
walk up the street, it's a place there called the YMCA. They can start you back on your way. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything but your mental enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the
我们在这里达成改变是有原因的。我们做到没有人能够认为我们能够做到的事情。这是一个最惊人的，来看看现场发生了什么事，这么多人。这是一个政治的胜利，前所未有的，从来没有发生这样的事情。现在我成为了你们的47届的美国总统。我会为你们所有每一个国家的人民、你们的家人，每一天，接下来每一天，我都会为你们所战斗。我的身体，我的所有的力气，我绝对不会休息。我会为了你们的美国的孩子们所努力，因为这是你们值得的。这将会是美国的黄金年代。这是一个惊人的胜利，对美国来说，我们将会让美国再次伟大。我们今天经历了非常多的战场，像是北卡罗来纳州、乔治亚州、宾州。我们现在正在赢得密西根、内华达、阿拉斯加等等，这个可以让我们呢得到至少330张选举人票。
好，您现在此刻看到是川普在佛州的海湖庄园，也就是他的别墅豪宅区发表的胜选演说。那么，其实现在开票的作业还是在持续当中的。那么，川普的选举人票也继续领先的状态。目前是美东时间的凌晨3点03分，贺锦丽竞选总部刚刚在几分钟之前也正式宣布，贺锦丽取消所有的公开行程，因此据第一，今天不会发表演说，这是我们所收到的最新消息。好，那么现在川普可能要回国白宫了。刚刚发表的胜选感言，他说了许多重